प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद जय प्रभुपदा 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 श्रील प्रभुपदा 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 श्रील प्रभुपदा निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल। श्री नरसिंह देव भगवान की, श्री प्रहलाद महाराज की, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Like devotees from my congregation, like we need to leave at 6 o'clock. That's when like all the devotees come. Some devotees will come like down.
The car is next to the
Ideally, it should be more like this. And they do like some bhajans after that. Ideally, we should.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So we are going to be having Bhagavad Gita class right now for just the next about 30-40 minutes. Nice philosophical discussion. And before that, we start with a small bhajan. It's called Jai Radha Madhav. So just repeat after me. It's quite simple. Yeah. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Garadhari Gopi Janavalabha Giriva Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradhari Oh Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Janachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gaura Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. Happy New Year to all of you. How are you all doing? Jai. Anybody here for the first time? You're here for the first time? Really? Oh, well, second time. Thank you. And your little sister, first time as well, yeah? Oh, that's really nice. There's a pujari there, just in the corner. You could get some flowers, some tilak for the baby. So they normally do that for firstborn babies, yeah? Yeah? So I'm just trying to make sure this. Okay, my name's Krishna Govinda Das. I'm actually going to be doing the class for today. So if anybody has the database on their mobile phone, the chapter today we're going to be reading from is chapter 16, verses number 13 and 15. So just before I start, just wanted to seek the blessings of my spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami and Srila Prabhupada, and also all the Vaishnavas here assembled, so I could speak on a topic discussed by Sri Krishna to Arjuna. So the particular verse, once again, is chapter 16, verse 13 and 15. It's quite a long verse. There's 3 verses together. But because this is a new year, we'll just try to see if we can have a little discussion with everybody about the importance about New Year. Yeah? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Idam adya maya labdam imam prapsye manoratam idam ashitam api me bhavishyati punadanam asho maya hata sharur hanirsye chaparam api ishvaro hamaham bhogi siddhoham balavan sukhi adyo bijanavan asmi gonyosti sadresho maya yakshe dashyami bodhishya iti agyana vimohita. The translation: the demoniac person thinks, so much wealth I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. So, just going to recite the invocation prayers. Do please join in if you know the prayers. Om Jnana Timarandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmalitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tatati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Yata Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Sagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Shiva Shakavitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhana Sata Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya Ivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you once again for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. I know it's not exactly the best of weathers, but unfortunately these are the things that we have to face every day. So every year when the new year comes, we always reflect on the previous year And then we start thinking about the next year, which is this year. So how many people make New Year's resolution? Anybody make any New Year's resolution? Nothing at all, yeah? So I was just doing a bit of research to find out what kind of resolutions people make. So there was 10 particular aspects of resolutions that people make every year. And these 10 are, does anybody know the first one? To lose weight, that's good. That's a good one. Anything else? Bhagavad Gita, that's at the spiritual level. Amazing, well done. Anybody else? So the first one is actually eating healthy. So eating healthy is obviously helping control your body, your mind, your senses, having a good diet as well. The second one is get organized. The third one is to learn a new skill or hobby. The fourth one is live life to the fullest. Fifth one is save more money. 6 is quit smoking and drinking. 7, spend more time with my family, friends. 8, travel more. And 9, to read more. And 10, if you fall off track, just get back on the quick track again. So we're just going to go through these 10 resolutions that people make every year, but we're going to look at it from a spiritual aspect as well. First from a mature aspect, then on a spiritual aspect. How the Bhagavad Gita actually has an answer for each of those 10 resolutions to help you develop your spiritual life. So the first one is eating healthy. We all love prasadam, isn't it? It's our favorite pastime. Having something nice garam pizza, chips, whatever it is, a morning chai. We all love it very much. We all enjoy it. But then afterwards we realize, what did we do? Why did we eat so much? Why did I spend so much money in Sakonis or other places at Twist? You know, it wasn't very healthy, but it was appetizing. But here, there's a particular verse from the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says, Patram pasvam palam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti uparitam ashnami prayaratmana. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a water, I shall accept. So here, you may want to enjoy food, but think of a way where you can actually eat healthily, but offer that food to Krishna first. Whatever you eat, you know, you must try and see if I could just think of Krishna's name, at least it becomes prasad. Of course, you can't offer anything you want to. Specifically, Krishna says, with devotion, a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a water. So normally a leaf would refer to a tulsi leaf, but a flower, as you can see, abundant flowers everywhere for every season, summer, winter, autumn, spring. There's always a flower that's blossoming in the back of your garden or within your flower shop. So we must try and eat healthily. Don't necessarily just eat something, even if you have to go to a restaurant for entertainment, but please try and avoid eating meat, eggs, you know, things which are not very favorable in your Krishna consciousness that help you progress in your spiritual life. You want to control your mind, your senses as well. So certain things in the Bhagavad Gita says food are certain made in the mode of goodness, in the mode of passion, in the mode of ignorance. So in the mode of goodness, things which are really fatty are very, very healthy for the body itself. But on the opposite side, on the ignorant level, something which is very old, rotten, decayed, which has been not of any sort of benefit for your health at all. Certainly things which are like meat, which become decomposable, could have bacteria and so forth. Certainly don't avoid any of those at all. Yeah? So if anybody has any points while we do go through these 10 resolutions, please don't be afraid to put your hand up as well. So the second one is getting organized. We all have a certain discipline. We have a routine. We've got to get up early in the morning. We've got to get our things ready for work, do the school run for the children. You know, is the car full of petrol? Is it charged up? Is everything ready? Do I need to do a shopping? We need to balance our life in such a way, and life is becoming so complex nowadays with so many things. Even though we have so many wonderful gadgets to help us, to help improvise and schedule our day-to-day work routine, but we're still having difficulties in managing time. And time is such an important thing because even Chanakya Pandit, he says that even with all the gold, all the wealth in the world, cannot bring 1 second back again. But that second that you use, you must try and use it in the way that is very spiritually conducive as well. You have your family values, but at the same time, also consider how we can use ourselves, utilize every second in serving Krishna, serving the devotees. Ultimately, when you have your life, the benefit is going to be the spiritual benefit at the time when we come to a point where Krishna actually, or Yamaraj, comes to decide what is the good things you've done in life and what is the bad things in life. So being organized is very important. So the particular verse I chose from the Bhagavad Gita is from chapter 11, verse 32, related to being organized. And Krishna says, Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Kalosmi Lokashya Krit Pravayido Lokan Samarutam Iha Pravitaha Rite Pitva Na Bhavishyanti Sarve Ye Vashishta Prayanikshu Yodehe. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am the greatest destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people, with the exception of you, the Pandavas. All the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. So this actually shows you time is actually destroying our life. Every second of our life is going, it's taken away. So it's so important that we utilize every second when we wake up early in the morning, when we're doing something, some activities in our life, whether it's going to work, whether it's being with a family. Try and focus in a way that is actually connected to Krishna consciousness. Materially, you can be very successful as well, but at the same time, that material success is based on the blessings of Krishna. We don't realize it, that Krishna is situated in everyone's heart. Aham Bhuta Sarvanam. He is actually situated in the heart of every living entity, whether it's a plant, animal, a bird, an aquatic, a human being, the demigods. Krishna is the all-pervading super soul within everyone's heart. Okay? The third one is to learn a new skill or hobby. Okay, who has a hobby they like doing every day? Playing music or something? Bathing? Bathing the children or the... Oh, she likes to bathe, yeah? Yeah? Oh, really good. Anybody else has a hobby? Oh, thank you, Shavani Mataji. Reading scriptures, that's very good. Cooking prasadam, that's wonderful, yeah. So there's hundreds and hundreds of skills we all have. Those who go to work, you realize that you have to constantly, improve your skills, your experience, to be accountable, to be able to share, be fair and consistent in your workplaces. They tell you to send you on a seminar, learning about work management, timekeeping, about resilience, so many courses that you have. But here, we have this wonderful temple. We have the wonderful Lordship, Shri Radha Gokulananda, Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Shri Gonita. If you see the way they're decorated, they have beautiful garlands, beautiful jewelry, beautiful dresses. You see everything around you, the prasadam that's been made. You see the Goshala, beautiful cows that's been taken care of. There's a school of bhakti. There's so many courses for everybody, for the little children, to the young school children, to people who are at work, to elderly people. There's a Sangha group for the elderly people as well, who can actually learn about Krishna consciousness, learn a new skill. Children love to be with the cows, but there's a facility where you can become a volunteer, help clean the cows, even milk the cow. That's how I started when I was a little boy. I just loved being at the cows. I didn't come so much to the temple, but I just loved being with the cows, feeding the cows, milking the cows. And I also recommend all of you to see the notice board outside, School of Bhakti. They do so many wonderful courses like 2 hours on Ayurveda, on astrology, on certain topics that may be of interest to you. And you may want to pick it up and take it as a new skill. How many actually reads the Bhagavad Gita every day? one, Shamani Mataji as well. It's very good. So there's wonderful classes on Bhagavad Gita. And now a lot of Westerners are actually using the Bhagavad Gita, because if you take away the spiritual aspect of the Bhagavad Gita, which is obviously 99%, but the 1% is all about motivation, inspiration, how to become a better person, how to become a better human. Krishna tells all these instructions to Arjuna. So that Westerners are actually using the knowledge which Krishna spoke 5,000 years ago and using it for their seminars as well. So do come to the temple regularly, learn a new skill, learn how to make garlands, learn to do cooking for the temple. So many activities you could do, you know. You don't have to necessarily come to the temple. You can also do it at your home, with your family, with your friends as well. So the fourth resolution, those of you who just come and join in, we're talking about the 10 top most resolutions that people have. And we're trying to use this opportunity to speak about those resolutions from a spiritual perspective. The fourth one is live life, I beg your pardon. Yeah, live life to the fullest. So we all want to be happy. Who doesn't want to be happy? And you don't want to be happy? Of course you do. You're always happy. All the children are always happy. They're always smiling, isn't it? That's why Krishna is the naughtiest boy in the world, because he's always stealing makan, he's pulling the saris of the gopis, he's pulling the tails of the cows, of the calves. He's makan chora, he's stealing butter every day. But we all want to be happy. We want to live life to the fullest, don't we? We want to make the most of our life. This is a very rare form of human life. You know, after thousands and thousands of lifetimes, we've got this very rare form of human life. So we have to utilize that time, just like earlier on we were saying about learning a new skill, becoming organized. This is all to become happy. We all want to be happy, but we realize everywhere we look around you, it's a miserable weather, it's a miserable situation outside. You know, all the time we're trying to make things. What can we do to make our life more happier, fulfilling? Better TV, bigger TV, better sofa, nicer car. But unfortunately, there's always consequences behind that. You know, once you get a new mobile phone, it's out of date in a couple of years' time, then you want a new mobile phone. But if you try and utilize whatever you have for Krishna, it's so important, because at least you know that I'm using it in Krishna's seva. Yukta Vairagya, that's called, whether it's a new car to take you from the temple and back, or taking bhoga for Krishna, or taking devotees traveling around everywhere to holy places. It's so important to do that. So in this particular verse, from the Bhagavad Gita, the verse I'm going to recite is from chapter 8, verse number 5. Antakale cha mameva smara muktva kalevaram ya payati samadbhavam yati nasti achta samshaya. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. So it's important that in our life that we always think of Krishna. Anytime you may pass away. Unfortunately, during the last 3 years of COVID, we lost so many loved ones. And we see from the stories of the Srimad Bhagavatam, even great kings, personalities like Jad Bharat, he actually was thinking of a deer that he became very affectionate to this deer. Even though he renounced the whole kingdom, Bharat, India was known as Bharat under the name of King Bharat. But in his life, when he came to renounce everything, he was so affectionate to a deer that in his next life he became a deer. There's another great king. All his life he was thinking about his queen, the beautiful queen, and his queen had passed away, and he died of heartbreak for the loss of his queen. And in his next life, who did he become? He became a woman, because he was thinking so much about his dear wife. Of course, we have to think about our family as well, but think of them as Krishna's devotees. Okay? The next one is saving money. We all love to have money, don't we? Who doesn't want to have money? Is the money makes the world go round? Or is it happiness? Who thinks you need money to be happy? When they did a survey, I was looking at a survey, some of the richest, some of the poorest countries in the world, like people who have very low income, when they did an evaluation, a statistic, they actually calculated they were the most happiest. And you can notice that when you go to India, when you go to the villages and to the Gam, even though they may have nothing, I've experienced this myself, they just welcome you. Please come, take a seat. And they give you whatever they have. When you went to Vrindavan, all these wonderful villages, they were making rotis on their stove, you know. And although it tasted charcoal, but it was the love that they gave you. And I was thinking, gosh, they don't have any money, there's no light, there's no electricity, there's no gas. They're making all the cooking on like a wood burner. But yet, out of love they're giving, they don't want anything in return. They're just thinking, some visitors have come, you know. Please come, take a seat, and we shall offer you something to eat, some water. So that's why when someone guests come to your home, you invite them as if Lord Vishnu has come to your home, give them some water, something to eat, something to drink. So it's so important. But the thing is, the point I was going to make was saving money. We all want to save money. We want to think about our retirement. We want to buy a better car, better house, better facility for our children, education. It is important. Without money, we cannot survive. We can depend on Krishna, of course. That's actually a true sign of a great devotee, completely surrendered devotee. But when you say money, it is important that you actually think, why is that money? Who is that money coming from? Who is the goddess of wealth? What's her name? Lakshmi Devi. So there's just the picture above you. There's the universal form. Right in the center is Goloka Dham, where Radha and Krishna resides. That's our aim. But you see all the bubbles around the lotus? That's all the millions and millions and millions of universes around the world. So we're in just one universe. And each universe, there is Vishnu residing on the ocean of Kabadaksha Vishnu. And for every Vishnu, there is Lakshmi Devi massaging the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. So Lakshmi Devi is the goddess of wealth, goddess of prosperity. She gives happiness to everybody. You see a goddess picture of Lakshmi Devi in the house of every Indian homes because they want prosperity, they want happiness. But when you think about money, ultimately it's just a material thing from a material aspect. But that money comes from Krishna just like everything else. But when you come to the temple, when you give a little donation, when you bring some bhoga, some flowers, some fruit, some water, Krishna reciprocates in such an amazing way. As all who surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. So there's some beautiful stories from the Krishna book. Does anybody know of some stories where somebody gave something very small to Krishna and Krishna rewarded them with something magnificently, magnanimously? Anybody know any stories? Yes? That's beautiful. Very good. Sudama Brahmin, he was so poor, they had to collect all this rice, the dried rice they had. They made it into like a little sweet rice. They put it in a bundle. Sudama Brahmin was actually like a friend of Krishna during the Gurukul time by the spiritual master, Sandipani Muni. And during that time, they were very poor. And Sudama Brahmin's wife said, please, why don't you go to Krishna? He has a big palace. He may be able to give you something. But Sudama Brahmin was very, very humble. He went with a little bag of sweet rice to give to Krishna, but he was too afraid. When he saw the opulent palace, the beautiful gold, the jewelry, the decorations of all the maidservants, he felt so embarrassed. It's just almost like giving a penny to a millionaire. So he refrained from giving it. But Krishna, after massaging his lotus, the feet of Sudama Brahmin, he took care of him, nourished him, fed him prasadam. And he said, what do you have? What's in that bag? And he snatched it from Sudama Brahmin. And he was so happy just having that little sweet rice. And it fulfilled his desire. And when Sudama Brahmin left, instead of his old jupti, he saw a magnificent palace. He saw his wife wasn't in rags anymore. His children were all dressed up opulently. They looked so healthy. So just by giving that little sweet rice, Krishna rewards you 100,000 times. Any other stories anybody knows from Krishna, Leela? Well, somebody gave to Krishna, and Krishna rewarded them so nicely. Yes. Yes, wonderful. It's a very touching story, isn't it? And if you see the beautiful picture, the story, the Leela is there's a fruit vendor has a basket of fruits, and she's going from one place to another place selling all the fruits during the time. And Lord Krishna used to see his father when he used to exchange cows, he used to barter with rice or grains or other sort of commodities. In exchange, they didn't officially have money as the value for, I suppose, trading with other sort of people. But what Krishna did, he used that example. He took a few grains, and he used that, even though the grains were falling off, he gave it to the fruit vendor. And the fruit vendor saw beautiful Krishna. He's about 2 years old or so, just barely about to walk. And then when the vendor saw the fruit basket, it was empty because Krishna had taken all the mangoes and the fruits in his hand, was barely able to carry it. But if you see the beautiful picture, the old lady saw the basket, it was full of jewelry, full of diamonds and rubies and emeralds, sapphires, so many wonderful jewelry. And that is because she gave out of love and devotion. That is what we have to do. We have to try and aim to give to Krishna. Krishna does not need anything at all. He is the cause of everything. He is the creator of this manifestation. He has given you everything in the first place. But because out of love, just like when a little boy, your daughter may give something to a mother, the mother knows that you gave the money in the first place for your daughter to buy whatever she wants. But you feel happy, you feel satisfied. So that's how Krishna feels. Even though everything that we see around us, we give it back to Krishna. Krishna says, my dear devotee, you actually understood the purpose of life, because everything that we have, whether it's the air that we breathe in, the water, the warmth, the goods that we receive, just say a prayer to Krishna. Krishna, thank you very much. We always have packages from Amazon. We always have deliveries. Krishna, thank you. You provided this for me. Please accept it. Please may I use it in your service. You may think, well, how can I give socks or coats to Krishna? It's material. Actually, from a material point of view, we see things as material. But because Krishna is in every atom, everything to Krishna is spiritual. But he sees your devotion. He doesn't see the object of what you're giving him. He sees your devotion. Yeah? So that was number 5, saving money. So we have to obviously utilize that time. Also, saving money, of course, we save money for ourselves, but also at the same time, we understand that money comes from Lakshmi Devi. So we have to offer it back to Krishna as well. So the 6th one is quit smoking and drinking. Hopefully most of you don't smoke anyway. But also these kind of intoxicants actually prevent you from progressing in your spiritual life. We have all the senses which are controlling our mind, our body and everything. And the more you sort of deviate from taking prasadam or Krishna consciousness, if we take intoxicants, it actually affects our mind, our memory, our consciousness. You can see what happens with a lot of people who are taking drugs nowadays. They're becoming drug addicts, they're becoming criminals, they're completely falling out of society. They're actually, finding it very difficult to reform themselves. So refraining from drinking, alcohol, which causes intoxicants into your life, and also drugs or anything which is not supposed to be recommended in the spiritual scriptures. So the verse from that particular verse I'm going to read for Bhagavad Gita is from chapter 16, verse 21. Trividam narakshyedam dvaram nashanamatmanaha kamana krodas tata labas tasmat ita trayam tayet. There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. For they lead to the degradation of the soul. So anger, lust, and greed, these are the causes of causing our body to become degraded in our life. We always have attachment for certain things. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, when on contemplating on the senses, one develops attachment for them. From such attachment, lust develops. From lust, anger arises. From anger, there is complete delusion. From delusion, there is bewilderment of the memory. And when memories are deluded, intelligence is lost. Once intelligence is lost, one again falls down into the material pool. So it has a real knock-on effect. Once you develop attachment, we develop lust. From lust, anger arises. So you think, why do I cause myself to be frustrated in life? Because sometimes we become attached to something which is material. But if we use those same things for spiritual benefit, it really helps us. But to free ourselves from those kind of diseases, we also have to ensure that we don't consume something which affects our consciousness. And in this case, we're saying to quit smoking, drinking, taking any illicit substances. And number 7 is spend more time with family and friends. We had the sad situation with the lockdown. We lost that valuable time, spending time with our family, our friends, and so many people in our lives. You know, although we communicated through WhatsApp and other messages, but it's not the same. Like, you may say to Krishna, oh, Krishna, I'll send you a message, a prayer online. Hopefully you accept it. Do you think Krishna will accept it more than you coming here personally? Who thinks coming to the temple is better? Yes. Why is that? Because it's personal. You'll be surprised Krishna is more pleased seeing you than you coming to see, being pleased to see Krishna. Why? Because you've come through your time, your endeavor, your sort of personal program, your schedule to come and see Krishna. So Krishna is actually very pleased. It's so important. But at the same time, we want to spend time with our family, but try and use it in a way where we associate in sadhu sangha, association of devotees, talking about Krishna, you know, taking prasadam, sharing one's mind, revealing one's mind, giving gifts to one person, receiving gifts which are like Krishna consciousness. And the best gift you can give to anybody is spiritual knowledge, because spiritual knowledge helps them overcome the purpose of life and death. So in that particular verse, on regarding spend more time with the family, the verse I'm going to read from the Bhagavad Gita in relation to this is chapter 9, verse 18. So we're saying about being family and friends. Friends also means somebody who's very good, somebody who's very truthful, somebody who's very honest, somebody that you can rely on. And having a good friend is very difficult these days, because sometimes with all the conflicts that's going on, family breaking apart, divorces happening. During lockdown, I heard that there's been more divorce rates during lockdown because people are living together, you know, where they sort of had their own little patch of time, you know, how would you call it, their own phase in their day-to-day life, when they sort of mix it with somebody else, that it becomes a bit of a conflict. I also read that a lot of people, when they retire, there's a lot of divorce rates then too, because when they're actually working, they're with friends, they're with colleagues, they're keeping their mind occupied. But as soon as they retire, they get frustrated, they don't have anything what to do, they get very confused in life. What shall I do? What shall I do? You know, there's conflict actually arises within the family, causes tension, friction, you know, and unnecessarily causes a bit of breakups in family life as well. So the verse I was going to read for this particular one, spend more time with family and friends, is from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 18. Kate bata prabhu sakshi nivasha sharanam surit prabhava pralaya sthanam nidanam bijamafyayam. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. So in the Bhagavad Gita, those of you who read the Bhagavad Gita, it actually mentions, I am your dear friend, so many times. So you think, well, Krishna, you're the supreme personality of Godhead. We're supposed to be praying to you, worshipping you. You're supposed to be like the authority. How can you be our friend? But believe it or not, Krishna is our best friend. And he's looking after everybody, whether you like it or not. because even a blade of grass cannot move without the sanction of the Supreme Lord. So think of Krishna as your dear friend. He's there to help you, protect you, support you in the times of need. It does say in the Bhagavad Gita, there's 4 types of people who come to worship me. Anybody knows the 4 types of people who come to worship me? Okay, one of them we sort of covered briefly, those who desire wealth. We always want wealth. We want money. We want to be happy, of course. Those who are in a distressful situation, those who desire wealth, those who are distressed, we always have problems in our life, whether it's personal, whether it's financial, whether it's health issues, whether it's a family member that may be going through difficult times. We all pray to Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Lord. He's the Father. Just like our children come to us to say, Dad, Mom, please help me. I'm having difficulties. And as what we can do to our capacity, we help others. But Krishna, the Supreme Father, Supreme God, Supreme Sustainer of everything, we pray to him, please help me in my difficult situation. There's no harm in that. But ultimately, you come to a point of a higher level that you think, Krishna, whether I'm suffering or happy, it doesn't really matter. I'm so glad I am able to have the ability to see you, hear you, talk about you, taste prasadam about you, everything about you. So it's so important that Krishna is our dearmost friend. Yeah? Right. And number 8, we like to travel more. So that's one of the New Year's resolutions that people have in their list of resolutions, travel more. So everybody loves traveling? Yeah? We all travel? Everybody gone to India recently? Yeah? Yeah, you must all go. Certainly for pilgrimage, we all love to travel. We all like to be somewhere. We like to go from one place to another place, whether it's the adventure place or places of pilgrimage, places of interest, entertainment. We all want to do that. That is what life is all about. But if you include it in a way that actually spiritualizes you, it's so much more beneficial. Like when you go to Vrindavan during the time of Kartik, whatever punya you do is considered to be 10,000 times more. So this year, last year, 2022, we heard that during Kartik in Vrindavan, so many thousands of devotees had come to Krishna, Vrindavan, Mayapur, Jagannath Puri, because of course there was all these restrictions traveling around. So there was an opportunity for everybody to go. And at the same time, a friend of mine just went to Dubai recently. He said, oh my gosh, I spent thousands and thousands of pounds just for a family of 4 going to Dubai. And I said, what do you go to Dubai for? He said, well, I just want a break. I just want the nice hot weather. And we had the most beautiful summer in 2022. Don't we all agree? We had such a beautiful summer. We could have made the most of it. But if you actually utilize that money in such a way that could be beneficial spiritually, of course, it's his money. But at the same time, if you actually value something, which is really nice, something that helps you progress, you'll be so surprised that every step that you take, Krishna will reward you accordingly. So in that case, I'm going to read a particular verse from it's actually from Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it goes like this: Sadhu Sangha Nam Kirtana Bhagavat Shravanam Mathura Vasa Shrimurti Tara Shradaya Sevanam. So these are 5 particular important things that a devotee must do to progress in their spiritual life. Sadhu Sangha, we should try to associate with the devotees. So you come in here, you come into the temple, you could have been at home watching TV or something else, but you've really come, even though there's a small percentage. But Krishna sees that you've taken that endeavor to come here. So Sadhu Sangha, try and make a point. Join a Sangha, go to recite the Bhagavad Gita, talk about Krishna Katha on a regular basis, take your prasadam. Second one is chant the holy name, where you have an opportunity to chant the holy name of the Lord. The name of the Lord is non-different from Krishna. When we call out Krishna's name, Krishna, his name, form, personality, pastimes, Leela, everything about him is non-different. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So the word Krishna actually comes from a particular verse as well, and actually they explain what Krishna means. The word Krish is the attractive feature of the Lord's existence, and Na means spiritual pleasure. When the verb Krish is added to the affix Na, it becomes Krishna, which indicates the absolute truth. And sometimes actually it means, Krishna, the one who is always all attractive. The six opulence, Krishna has unlimited opulences, but of the six main ones is full of fame, strength, wealth, opulence, wisdom, and renunciation. So when we actually pray to Krishna, we're saying, Krishna, you are the absolute truth. Just like when we say Allah, Allah means the mighty one. We have the name Rama on the right-hand side. So the way Rama is actually means the reservoir of all pleasure. And Radharani, when we say the word Hare, Radharani is the word Hare is actually the energy of the Supreme Lord, the internal energy, the spiritual potency of the Supreme Lord. Hare means Radharani. So Hare refers to Radharani, and Krishna means Krishna, the all-attractive, the absolute truth. So we say the word Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So every day we recite this. So does anybody have beadbag? Do you have your beadbag? Yeah, thank you. We recite this every day. Mataji has a beadbag and she has beads in there. And each of the beads, if she can show to everybody, has 108 beads. So who do those 108 beads represent? Does anybody know? Anybody know? 108 beads, they represent the gopis, Krishna's favorite gopis. So Krishna has unlimited gopis. He has 16,108 wives. And of those 16,108 wives, these are the 108 gopis, his dear most closest associates. So when we recite with each time on the Maha Mantra, we pull one bead down and we chant it 108 times. And then every time we chant, we have the big bead, which represents Krishna himself. So if you don't have any japa mala, try and chant one mala every day if you can. Help you progress in your spiritual life. There's japa mala, I think, in the reception, and also some sold in the gift shop. Or if you come and see me afterwards, I could get you some beads as well. Especially for the children. If you recite, sing together, it's so nice. Yeah? So just going back, I know I mentioned about chanting the holy name of the Lord. So, of the other the third important thing of a devotee to do is to chant. The first of all was to share with the devotees, come to the temple, chant the holy name of the Lord, Sankirtan, going on Harinam. Here in the Srimad Bhagavatam or the Bhagavad Gita, like you're doing at the moment, we're all come, assemble, listening to the Bhagavatam. So, and also it says to recite at Mathura. So although it's physically saying go to Mathura, Mathura is the place where Lord Krishna was born 5,000 years ago. But actually the place of the temple at your home could be the place of pilgrimage as well. At home, set up a nice table, set up a picture of Radha Krishna, Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Gonitai, have incense burning, offer fruit, offer flower, offer some water every day, and that becomes a temple. You've got this beautiful house that you live in, but most people have a little tiny corner where they have a picture of Krishna, and have a little diva. But actually the whole house, you should make it as a temple, make it nice, so people could come, pray, have your books there, so you can all come and pray together as a family. A family that prays together, stays together. It's so important, yeah? And then also worshipping the deity with faith and veneration. So those are the 5 important aspects of a devotee. We all have a murti of Krishna, perhaps a Bal Gopal, just offer a little milk to Krishna, bathe him once in a while. And it's so important because actually you have that spiritual connection with the Supreme Lord. Just like a mother has a connection with their children, looking after them, bathing them, feeding them, clothing them, taking care of their needs when they're unwell. When we actually take care of Krishna, we're actually seeing that non-form of Krishna himself. It's not like just as a piece of metal, a statue made of wood, stone. But no, Krishna comes, resides in that particular deity. Maybe Gopal Krishna, Radha Krishna, Sita Ram, Lakshmana Hanuman. Even if it's a picture, it doesn't necessarily have to be a deity. It could be a picture of Krishna. Yeah? So 9 of the resolutions that people want to do is read more. So who loves to read here? Anybody else likes to read? Children, do you like to read? Yeah, Harry Potter? Anybody else like to read? Yeah? Who likes to read? Well, we all like to read. We like to find out what the latest gossip is in Bollywood or Hollywood. It's just a natural thing. Hey, what's happening? What's the latest film? But unfortunately, they are things which actually gives you pleasure on a very temporary level. And actually, what we need to do is read the books like the Bhagavad Gita, the spiritual knowledge, because this book is so unique. It's actually considered by Krishna to be the secret of all secrets. Now you may think, well, if it's the secret of all secrets, why are you revealing this secret to us? But actually, what it is, Krishna says, because he says to Arjuna, when he recites the Bhagavad Gita, because you are a dear friend of mine and a dear devotee, I am giving you this secret knowledge to you. So because you want to hear about the Bhagavad Gita, you've come to the right place. You've come to the temple to understand and read about Krishna. So in that aspect, reading more, the verse I'd like to read from the Bhagavad Gita is from chapter 9, verse number 2. Raja Vidya Raja Guyam Pavitra Midamuttamam Pratyag Svagamam Dharmyam Susakam Kartamavyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. So this is Krishna telling Arjuna, this knowledge is the king of education, Raja Vidya. It is the most secret of all secrets, Raja Guyam. So it's so important that we read a verse today, and actually, even if you don't have time, perhaps one shloka a day, one line a day, even a quarter. Krishna actually says, even if you read a quarter verse every day of mine, I can guarantee you liberation. Of course, Krishna doesn't say when, but the important thing is trying to encourage you. Please read one verse every day. So does everybody have a Bhagavad Gita at home? Yeah? Yeah? Do you have Bhagavad Gita? Yes? Check the right person? Yeah? Nothing? Okay. You have, Prabhu? Yeah. So try to read one verse a day. Does anybody read one verse every day anyway? Yes, Mataji? Mataji. Anybody else reads one verse every day? Yeah, thank you. And for your children, it's really recommended, because you may think, well, they don't have time, they've got so much homework. But try and encourage, just like you become a mother. How did you become a mother? It wasn't by chance. Krishna reveals everything to you. But how did you become a father, a brother, a sister? You know, you learn these qualities from your parents. So what it is, we read in the verse from the Bhagavad Gita every day, how to become a devotee of Krishna. And it really helps us in our day-to-day life. Yeah? So we may be interested in learning so many things in our life. And as I mentioned earlier on, School of Bhakti, there's so many classes, so many topics, maybe something to do with Ayurveda, astrology, about mental well-being, which has become a very important thing in our day-to-day life. It could be about resilience. It could be something about just a spiritual particular topic on Lord Chaitanya, about Prabhupada, about Krishna, Bhagavad Gita. There's verses, classes for little children, for the school children, for college children, for the elder generation. So many things, so many topics. And many of these courses are free as well. You could go and join in a Zoom link as well. If you're happy, I could give you the Zoom link later on, or the WhatsApp messages. You could join in later on. Right, number 10, if you fall off track, then get back on track quickly. So you may have made so many resolutions. What were the 10 resolutions that people like to use? Eating healthy, getting organized, learn a new skill or hobby, live life to the fullest, save more money, quit smoking, drinking, gambling, eating meat, spend more time with family and friends, travel more, read more. The 10th one is, if you fall off any of these tracks, just get back on track quickly. So New Year's resolution is very hard, but we try and have perseverance, we have determination, we have motivation, we have inspiration, we have encouragement. You know, we have so many wonderful devotees who can always guide you, support you, help you. You may be going through difficult times, whether it's studies or work. spiritually we can give an answer to a lot of these things in life. So it's so important that we actually train. If we fall off track, we get on to track again. So spiritually, you may think, well, Krishna, I'm finding it very difficult to chant every day. I'm finding it very difficult to come to the temple. I'm finding it very difficult. All these minds, the senses, everything around me is contaminating my mind. I can't focus on you, Krishna. So even Arjuna tells Krishna, for mind is restless, and Krishna first of all says the mind is restless, turbulent, and obstinate, very difficult to control. But one who controls the mind is the best of friends. But one who fails to do so, the mind is his greatest enemy. So even Arjuna is saying, how can you ask me to control the mind? The mind, even the wind, I can control the wind, but I can't control the mind at all, because it's going from one direction to another direction. Every thought, every second, we're thinking of different things. Even right now in the class, we may be thinking of something else which is not relevant to this topic. So the verse I'm going to read from Bhagavad Gita related to keeping on track in your spiritual life is from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, number 30. Api che suduracharo bhajate mamanyabhak sadhu eva sa mantavya samya vyasato isaha. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered a saintly person because he is properly situated in his determination. So even though in the path of bhakti, he may have gone through ups and downs, we all go through peaks and troughs, but Krishna says, as long as you carry on, focusing your mind in determination, surrendering to Krishna, he's going to just hold your hand, he won't let go. You may think Krishna's let go, we're going through so many difficulties, one problem after another problem. Even this morning, a friend of mine phoned up, oh, Krishna, can you please come? I just had a burglary, somebody smashed into their house, they broke the door, they stole the car keys, they broke in, went into rummaging through all the cupboards. It's quite devastating the fact that they got 3 beautiful children, and I couldn't give any sort of words apart from words of wisdom, really, from spiritual comfort and support. But we do go through difficulties in our life, but we just have to be focused on Krishna. Whatever's happened, maybe due to my past karma, or maybe something that you're just testing me. So in the Bhagavad Gita actually says, Srila Prabhupada mentions that sometimes we may hurt ourselves, we may cut ourselves, we may fall over. But who's to know that in your previous life you may have done something even more serious, but now because you become a devotee, Krishna is so kind, he's mitigated that offenses by absorbing any karmic reaction. Sarvadama parichaja mamikam sharanam raja ham papebhyo moksha shyami masuchaha. So abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender to me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So we all have sinful reactions, but just surrender to Krishna. He will free us from all those difficulties that we're facing in our lives. So if you fall off track, just go back on the track spiritually, maturely. Try and do something that will allow you to focus your life to Krishna and his devotees. And ultimately, when you serve the devotees, you're serving Krishna. Sometimes you see, oh, let me just take darshan and then go home. Of course, that's really nice. But when you serve the devotees of Krishna, Krishna actually says, the devotees of mine are more dear to me. Because he says that I reside in the hearts of the devotees reside in my hearts. So because a devotee by nature, they don't really want anything else except for the bringing people, devotees or anyone to Krishna, actually allowing them to understand what is so important things, what is right, what is wrong. And all the answers are in the Bhagavad Gita. So please do take this opportunity to read every day a verse. And as mentioned earlier, if you do want to join a course, learn a new topic, new skill, new experience, happen in volunteering, to speak to somebody in reception. There's a School of Bhakti sort of a table there. There's a bookstall there with all different books on cooking, on Veda, on yoga, meditation, everything. So please, if you've come a long way, come take and support yourself, your family at home in a special way. It'd be so nice. Does anybody have any questions or comments at all? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So Krishna actually tells Arjuna, but one has to develop constant practice in controlling the mind. So when you have constant practice, as parents, I know we have limitations to the children's, what they can do and what they can't do. So while they're young, this is a time that you actually support them, nurture them, encourage them, give them love, give them affection, because we're so busy in our work, day-to-day lives, cleaning chores, household chores, family, other chores, taking care of loved ones, family, elders. But your children are so important. And even in the Bhagavad Gita, from the child's point of view, Krishna says, even if 100 years, if a child was to serve their parents back, it won't be enough to actually fulfill that rare form of human life that the parents have given them. So practice, why don't we read together? Why don't we sing together? Why don't we chant together? Why don't we cook together? Social media is very distracting, unfortunately. But also, in social media, you could ask them to join some sort of groups, which are like a WhatsApp group, which are specifically for devotional service. Thank you. Devotional service for the youth, for the university students in Krishna consciousness, and also opportunities serving the temple. There's WhatsApp groups specifically for darshan. Do you have daily darshans from different temples around the world? And just say, hey, let's have a look. What have we got for darshan? Every day is in the beautiful form of the Lord. So a lot of it's through practice, and also restricting the children, making them understand what's right and what's wrong, And also, you see the mental difficulties a lot of children have nowadays because they're so much attached to social media, TV, we have Netflix, we have Amazon, Disney Plus, everything, YouTube. And you want to watch something, then you go from one channel to another channel. Before you know it, you've seen about 20 shows. Those of you who are born in the 70s or saw TV during the 70s, there was only 3 channels. We had BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV. And we were just happy watching that. But now you have hundreds and hundreds of channels, and even there we're never satisfied. Well, that's why if you practice with your family, your children, the best thing I find is bringing your children at a young age, be part of the Krishna club, the Sunday school. This young boy, what's your name? What's your name? Akash. Anish, yeah. Okay. I remember him when he was a little boy. He came to Sunday school. Now he's growing up as well. How old are you now? 17. So he's still coming to the temple. He hasn't left. He comes with his parents. They come and do service. He comes to do service as well. It's really nice. He's part of the Pandavasena youth group. And we develop that nature that as soon as you let go of your children, then it becomes a difficult situation because we have difficulties in everything we see around us, We just have to support each other in whatever best way we can, yeah? Yeah? Any other questions? Yes, Mataji? Did you want to speak on the mic? Or? Yeah. Anger, yeah. 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 Yeah, sure. So one of the verses I mentioned, I quoted, was, while contemplating on the senses of the objects, one develops attachment from them. From such attachment, lust develops. From lust, anger arises. From anger, there is delusion of the memory. When memory is deluded, intelligence is lost. Once intelligence is lost, one again falls down into the material pool. So Mataji, from what I understand, she was saying, when we develop this desire, attachment for something, there could be something which could be based on something, not necessarily true lust, but it could be from a curiosity point of view, and that actually causes us frustration in our life. And how do you overcome that? So I can't remember the particular verse from the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna does actually mention some of the things to Arjuna about how to control yourself. But the main thing is actually understanding how do you transform that love to lust, that lust to love. How do you transform that attachment in a way that's actually going to be beneficial to Krishna's service? Just like I mentioned about the mobile phone. Sometimes we can have the latest state of art mobile phone, and then before you know it, in a couple of years, it's sort of obsolete, and new, more upgraded mobile phones come in. Because our attachment was to the old mobile phone, then we become attached to something else. But the phone itself, although it's material, if you use it for a spiritual perspective, you actually use it that development to attach to yourself to Krishna, like Mataji was saying about social media. If you use the social media for a good purpose, then you become attracted to something which is beneficial. So a lot of it's to do with also being associated with the devotees. Just like Krishna does actually say in one of the Srimad Bhagavatam, when you think of somebody which is pure, like a pure person, you automatically also become pure. And that is what the purpose of life is. Somebody may say, what is the purpose of life? Is it to be happy? We may never be happy. We may always be struggling. When we were going door-to-door distribution, many times when I was certainly younger, we found that when we went to knock on the homes of the rich houses, they wouldn't open the doors, they'd say no, no, no. But when we knock into a door, it was slightly derelict or like they've got lots of children, they were happy to give because they could understand bhakti, they could understand love. It's not based on material attachment, it isn't based on money, it isn't based on how much wealth you have. And they actually say the person who's the richest person is not the person who's the wealthiest person, who has the most money, it's the person who gives the most. It doesn't necessarily have to be money, but it could be your life, it could be your seva, it could be your service to other people. A lot of people do sama seva in different parts of the world, perhaps for hospitality, perhaps helping animals who go through suffering, tormentation, so forth. So many ways that we can help. But the main thing is changing that curiosity to a way that is actually favorable to Krishna, rejecting things which are unfavorable to Krishna. If you get a chance to read Rupa Goswami, Nectar of Instruction, it has a really nice description on some of the verses and actually answers many of your queries, because we do have desires, we do have attachment, we have material sort of influence, but Rupa Goswami explains in some of the verses how to control the mind, the senses, lust, anger, greed, the tongue, which is the more ferocious part of our life. We want to be always eating, we may say something nastily, which we regret later on. Rupa Goswami explains how to control those things, those 6 enemies in life: anger, lust, greed, envy, pride, illusion as well. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. I know it's not fully given everything, but it's a lot to do with sadhana, practice, and desire to pray to Krishna. Please, Krishna, I'm just an insignificant person. Please help me, please help me, please help me. Yeah? Any other questions? Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Have you all had prasadam? Yes. Yeah? Okay. Did you enjoy yourself? Your first time here? Or you've been here before? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had it yet, but I will have some later on. Yeah. No, thank you. I was just saying earlier on, you may have missed a part, Krishna actually feels more reciprocation towards people come to see him than although we come to take the darshan of Krishna, because Krishna sees that you could have done something else in your own time, something that maybe watching TV, football, whatever, but you don't realize that how much Krishna is pleased by seeing you. It's just like Gopakumar, when he goes to the spiritual world, after going through his journey through the material world, spiritual world, ups and downs, he sees things, he gets distracted, then eventually comes to Goloka Dham. As I mentioned, that picture just above Prabhu said, in the middle of the lotus flowers, Goloka Dham, the highest planetary, or not highest planetary, the high stage in terms of like our connection to spiritual life. And when Gopakumar, when Krishna saw Gopakumar, Krishna had tears in his eyes. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you and waiting for you and waiting for you. So that's how Krishna feels. When he sees all of you come in, I've been waiting for you all week. Please come more often. Yeah? Yes? Anger, lust, greed, envy, pride, illusion. Yeah? Yes? Thank you very much. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Did I go, Premanande? Please forgive me for any mistakes I may have made today. Sometimes you do get nervous and you may say something which is out of context. So if you do have any questions, feel free to come and see me or any devotees afterwards. Thank you. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai. Shri Shri Gauranitai ki jai. Sitaram Lakshmananamana ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama,
Yeah, I teach her about Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
I see on the
Hare
computer.
Rama,
Oh, you
Rama,
take Bhagavad Gita classes or something online?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Okay, I'll have a look on the website.
Yeah, look at the website. There's actually, they do Srimad Bhagavatam class every day.
Srimad Bhagavad Gita is Bhagavad Gita, you know?
No, Srimad Bhagavatam is different. Can you see that set there?
Yeah, I have the Bhagavad Gita at home.
Yeah, Bhagavad Gita is 7
Because you're supposed to read it with some already bona fide
Yeah,
person.
special Bhagavatam, Acharya or somebody.
You cannot read it alone, no?
What it is, but because they said that verses. But the other Srimad Bhagavatam is 18,000 verses. That's, could you see that? No, that's the Srimad Bhagavatam. That's all Leela Krishna, 18 cantos. 12 cantos, 18 volumes. It tells you everything from Krishna Leela, from his Pranam, from Leela, all the cult and everything with that. And then it tells you about Devadas.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
So that's
Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
श्री राधा गोकुलंद की, श्री राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री गौर निताय की, श्री प्रभुपाद की है। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रसाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमः। Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prasadini Vishesha Sunyavadi Ashatade Sutari Srivas Sarika Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Is the power on? Is the power on the amplifier? Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Prabhu Nityananda Gadada Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo. Bolo better. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Prabhupada I go from Monday.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Bol.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, hey, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hey Krishna, yeah, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Talia bajao. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, hey Krishna, hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. I think everybody not singing with us, yeah? Yeah, please sing with us, yeah? Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. सभी लोग कहो तालियां बजाओ.
Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hey, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Vrindavan Dham ki Radha Gokulananda ki Siddharama Lakshman Hanuman ki Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai Govinda Jai Gopal Keshavana Govinda Hari
Achyuta Keshava
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vristaya Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine Mo
Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Punyavadi Praschata Satarine
Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Dishatarine
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya
Prabhu Nityananda
Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Devasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन
Sitaram. Raghupati Raghav Rajo Raghupatita Pavano Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram, Sitaram Jai, Sitaram. Sitaram Jai, Sitaram, Sitaram Jai, Sitaram. Gokulananda Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe. Jai Sita Rama Lakshman Hanuman Jai Sita Rama Lakshman Hanuman. Jai Gauranitai Gauranitai Jai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai. Jai Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Gaura 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 Hare Ajay Sachinandana Gaura Hare Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare Gaura 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 Hare Jai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jai Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Jai Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Gurudev Hari Bol
Are we going now?
जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिवारकाचार्य नित्य प्रविष्ट अष्टदशस्मात् भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिवारकाचार्य नित्य प्रविष्ट अष्टदशस्मात् भक्तिवेदांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय साक्षात मेरे भगवान ईश्वरदास बाबा जी महाराज की जय श्री सच्चिदानंद भक्तिवेदांत ठाकुर की जय वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथ बाबा जी महाराज की जय श्री रूप श्री सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री देव गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ श्री गोस्वामी वृंद की जय रामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय धर्म हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय अमर पुराण श्रीमद् भागवतम की जय गंगा माई की जय यमुना माई की जय श्री तुलसी महारानी की जय श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपिका श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन मथुरा वृंदावन धाम की जय मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय एकत्र श्री जगन्नाथ धाम की जय अयोध्या धाम की जय जय बोल प्रमानंदे और ग्लोरियस श्यामल
Hare Krishna
all glorious Samal
Hare Krishna
all glorious Samal devotees Hare Krishna all glorious Guru Krishna Prabhupada ki jai. Everybody can take a seat, please.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Nara Singhaya
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Nara Singhaya Pralada Lada Dayine Pralada Lada Dayine
Hiranyakashipu Rakshaha.
Hiranyakasipur Baksaha Silatankana Kalaye
Ito Nasima Parato Nasima.
Ito Nasingha Parato Nasingha
Ito Nasima Parato Nasima.
Ito Nasingha Parato Nasingha
Yato Yato Yamitato Nasima.
Yato Yato Yami yami tato nasinga.
Yato yato yami tato nasimha.
Yato yato yami tato nasinga.
Ahe nasimha hridaye nasimha.
Bahe nusingha hridaye nusingha.
Narasimhamatim sharanam prapare.
Narasimhamading sharanang prapade.
Narasimhamatim sharanam prapare.
Narasimhamading sharanang prapade.
Avakara kamalavari nakam adbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipu tanubringam keshavadita narahari rupa jaya jagadisha hari jaya jagadisha hari jaya jagadisha hari.
Tavakara kamalavare naka adbhuta singa dolita hiranyakasipu tanu bringam keshava deta narahari rupa jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare.
Jaya Narasimhadev, 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 Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev, Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj.
Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
नरसिंहदेव की
Thank you.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Namo Namo Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Ram Hare Hare
I have to go. Please don't mind. Nice doing some chanting. Hare Krishna. Bhaktivedanta Manor.
Which one?
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
All together. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hey, one more time.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare One more time.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
All together. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ano na? Kata mo na. Ciao na. Lelo. Last minute. 10 minutes. Lelo. Mike.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare